Hello. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Nobody's name actually got erased from this. I moved. I don't remember if I mentioned this the other day. I moved everyone that was a follower and a subscriber over to just the subscribers side, so I have a little bit more space in the followers side. But what are our goals today? What did we do previously? Yesterday we got... Here, let me... Yesterday we got new silicon done, and we got all of our red and green chips upgraded to tier 2 buildings with 2 levels of prod. We are still bottlenecked on red chips with, it's rare earths. Specifically, rare earth oxides. That is on our to-do list. That's not what I want. This one. That is on our to-do list for today, and actually, let's put the things that we're currently prepared to do first. So we got to upgrade acetylene. We're pulling too much lead and titanium ore, so we've got to make acetylene a little bit bigger. That's fine. And we've got to do... One second, I'm going to sneeze. Okay. So yeah, we got to get acetylene upgraded, and then we've got the rare earth upgrade for getting silicon running again for chips. Green chips are running, but perhaps not very fast. That's fine. Batteries are currently halted. Antimony has still been a little bit of a bottleneck. Hopefully it's running more consistently now. We improved our coke, and we fixed a bottleneck with our coke oven gas void. So hopefully all of our coke, our red hot coke, runs more consistently. We have 2 red hot coke builds now. Let me label this one as well. So, yeah, our first tasks today, if we look at our piles here, this is everything we need for upgrading acetylene, and this should be everything we need for rebuilding rare earth oxides. So we'll get those started. And then the next ones I've got are rubber and latex that need upgrades. And I want to start the bots on constructing the things we need for that. Oh, right. I was looking at this. What was cobalt extract into nickel silicon? We need nickel silicon for something else, and it wasn't fully scaled. I was looking at this after the stream, so it's not on the to-do list. I think nickel silicon is used in MOSFETs. Yes, I noticed MOSFETs were halted when I was flipping through the map after the stream, and we just don't make enough nickel silicon. Nickel silicon we can't prod, we just have to make it bigger. But it's the cobalt extract is the limiting factor, and that we can prod. Although looking at how much nickel ore we're going to need, and how much copper ore we're going to need, and how much rare earth ore we're going to need, we're going to want to get these going. It might be worth trying to find, even though mixed ores is only used for cobalt extract. Oh, interesting. I wonder if we can find a place to co-locate this. Like where we have copper and nickel and rare earths near each other, instead of shipping them in. Because these are fairly large amounts that we need. And, like, yes, we can handle that on rails, but... All right, apparently I don't know what color nickel is. I keep looking at zinc thinking it's nickel. Oh, nickel's the really dark green. Okay. Except the one that's not uranium. Oh my god, they're all uranium. That's nickel. That's copper. Oil sands, raw coal, oil sands. There's rare earths, but I don't see any sign of... All right, it's kind of a grayish... There's rare earths. There's copper. There's nickel. Ooh, okay. We can maybe do this then. Right down here. Yeah, if we do it on site for that, how much mining do we need? We only need 9 miners. For nickel... Oh, do we have Mark III fluid mining drills? We need to get 18 nickel drills. And rare earth is 9 of those. Okay. Getting the nickel mining drills in place, I think, is going to be the hardest one at this site. Yeah, we can totally make these. But yeah, we can get 18 here. Because that's already what? Yeah. So yeah, no problem there. And then the copper is only 9 of them. That's not a problem at all. And then 9 rare earth up here, not a problem. So yeah, we can do that. So I think we should do that. We'll do the mining on site. We'll bring in the fluids that we need to mine all these things on site. And then the nickel silicon, I don't know if we have space where the existing build is to upgrade this in place, so we might have to rebuild it. So in that case, if we're gonna build this on site instead of... oh, right, we got a layer of prod. Well, no. I just did my math wrong. I want an extra 0.2. There we go. What if we just go for full double stacked belts? 22 fluid mining drills. I mean, we could even go... That was wrong. 8.1? 45 a second. That's a full triple stacked yellow belt, but now we're getting very big. Like, yeah, 32 mining drills is... I mean, it's doable, but it's also huge amounts of naphtha and syngas, and we don't need that much of this. So... I think we stick to what we need. We'll leave the old cobalt extract build as well at low priority, which I don't think I have anymore because I think I replaced the sheet. Yeah, maybe we tear down the old one. I don't know. Let's do it at this scale, though. Let's do it at the 30 a second. A belt of rare earth ore and a double belt of copper and nickel. I think that's a reasonable scale to build at. We're not bringing in too much of everything, except maybe cyanic acid. We'll have to double check that. But we can do this build. So let's grab the shopping list for this. Export to a blueprint. Let's add a tag here so I don't forget. Because, yeah, we've got all the ores we need right on site, so we can just do that processing right here and not even have to worry about it. And then drop this chest over here. And then the other part of getting that is scaling up the nickel silicon. I'll grab that shopping list as well. That's a much simpler shopping list. And again, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that where we're currently doing it, because this is... we're going to triple it. We could maybe squeeze it in, but it's probably worth just doing it somewhere else. Just tearing this down and doing a rebuild elsewhere. The next things after that on the to-do list to keep the bots busy are going to be... Here, let's actually add those to the to-do list. We'll get those ones done. And then we've got rubber and latex that need upgrading. We've got mech parts 2 that we need to set up with double prod and sort of rescaled for the whole base demand of everything. And that's going to take us through at least a couple of hours of building stuff. So... At some point, I do also need to connect this through so that we have this whole bottom route hooked up to this vertical. All right, we want acetylene. Is this everything? It's all here, yes. And this is rare earth, yes. Okay. Let's go rebuild acetylene. I think it's going to have to be like a rebuild. We don't have a ton of... There's plenty of space over there, but I think the way it's laid out, I can't just, like, expand it. We're going to have to shuffle some things around. Where am I going? This one. And then we're waiting on iron processing, and we're waiting on Moondrop 3. And I have to make the decision on if I want to do just enough fuel drops for rails for upgrading to train Mark IIs, or if I want to like switch my whole fluid everything over to CO2 drops. I have not made that decision yet. Oh, this is making lime on site. That's interesting. It's only 5 lime a second. But I guess it's enough. We may as well do it. So... yeah, that's done. I think we just need to start tearing this apart. I'm just worried about my inventory. No idea what some of these pipes are. Like, what is this? Where does it go? Why is it here? Is it part of... that's oxygen. Is this not set up as a void? It is. Oh, it's just not quite there yet. My poor inventory here. We're struggling a little. All right, I think these pipes just bypass. This is the acetylene out, which... what is this? Is this acetylene from... oh, this is acetylene from the belt base. Jeez. No wonder our undersized acetylene build worked for so long. We were relying on the acetylene from the belt base. That'll do it. All right. I think I've got all the pipes cleared out around here. Let's start working on what this needs to look like. So we need... do I want to do a red belt or do I want to do stacked? I don't know. I guess let's do red belts. So we need 2 high-pressure furnaces here. Making lime. These each bring in 6. And 4. Wow. I might need more inserters. We'll see how we do here. 7 soil extractors. Now, these guys need water. And I guess the nearest water was down here. How much is that? That's only, yeah, like 3 limestone a second. So that'll be fine. Oh, these numbers are wrong. I don't need this many inserters. I'm an idiot. I didn't put the prod modules in these yet, so they're reading really high on their, There we go. That's much more reasonable. All right, so each of these is 2.4 a second out, plus CO2. Now, that is... gonna feed into... We're gonna have 10 high-pressure furnaces. So we'll bring this over here. We'll bring this down here as well. So 10 high-pressure furnaces making calcium carbide. Which almost fits here if we get rid of this oxygen and whatever else pipe. I'm pretty sure I don't actually need those pipes anymore, so I don't care about them. Each of these brings in... Here. We're making calcium carbide. And modules... But it's like, yeah, a reasonable amount of everything. And our output is 3 a second calcium carbide, which I think with stacked blue inserters we can do with a single one. All right, so that's calcium carbide. That needs to go into 24 gasifiers. And it also needs to be on... on that. Those gasifiers are going to make... the acetylene and a bunch of slaked lime, and then we need to turn the slaked lime into more lime up here, along with the gravel, and this is the gravel out. So... can I fit 12 of these, like, here? No, that's what I didn't think was going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to go vertical, which means we're going to have to zigzag this just a little bit because we want to go 12 vertically with like enough space here for the water pipe that's here. All of this stuff can go. I'm pretty sure none of this matters. I'm pretty sure everything that, all the infrastructure that that's hooked up to is, like, broken for other reasons now, so it just doesn't matter. Alright, what's this water pipe? Do I care about this one? I'm gonna guess no. This is a top-up to what looks like a muddy sludge void loop. Or a soil void loop, maybe? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's not in use anymore. All right. These need... What do we need? 1.25 in. That's easy. And then... water. And power pole. And outputs. Something like that. All right. What did I do? How did these ones get offset? What? Uh-oh. Are a bunch of them offset? That's right. That's right. These ones are just disconnected for some reason, but aren't offset. Ah, okay. Well, that's why it's disconnected there. But then these ones really are just, like, weirdly offset, and I don't know why that happened. Okay. That was weird. I'm not sure what I did when I was pasting things, but it's fixed now. They're all running, or they have all stopped at this point. Let's grab the calcium carbide. Throw that into them all. Okay. Up top here, we just want everything linked up. We'll take our output out over here. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take the output out over here. And then the slaked lime, we need to run up here. into evaporators. .2 items a second out. And that needs to be side loaded. I mean, really what I could do instead of side loading it is we could take it down here. Make sure that it's actually put in with a... Well, we're still on the wrong side of the belt, though. I still have to swap the side of the belt if I want it to be... whoops. Helps to set the filters. Wow, I am amazed that all of that lime fit in here. We're gonna find out if we can loop enough slaked lime for this system to actually catch up on that much lime being in it. I'm worried it won't. Although maybe, because these can buffer quite a bit of lime. If this will run until they have a full stack, then it should. What is... Oh, these are offset again. It's the exact same offset. All right. Now it looks like all 12 machines are running. We've got acetylene coming out and going places. I see gaps, and that worries me that we're not quite catching up on this. It seems like the timing of the outserters is just not quite working right, and this is maintaining a buffer. Might not matter. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put a tank on this. That's a big tank. Put a small tank on this. And that way, basically all that extra lime that I threw into this loop, it'll buffer it in the form of slaked lime if it has to. But it'll pull through this lime, it'll drain this fully before it does run this. I say that, although realistically, there's not enough evaporators for it to do that. I don't want to do that. Because the evaporators are actually perfectly ratioed. So... I'm not sure if it's ever actually going to catch up on the extra slaked lime or not. I guess it will if we catch up on acetylene demand, right? Once we catch up on demand and the whole thing's not running full speed, then it can pull so much more lime through this because the evaporators will actually have the opportunity to work on the extra slaked lime. If that makes sense. I think it'll be fine when all is said and done. Yeah, these aren't quite running at the full 10 a second either. Just because of the, I guess, the positioning of the gaps on the belts. With 5 of them, you can see we're not quite fully saturating the belts. I don't, pardon me. I don't know if I care enough to mess with it, honestly. All right, well, that's done, theoretically. Guess the next thing to move on to is rare earths. Oh, and as always, I guess while I'm here, get some light over here. All right, where is rare earth? Right here. All right, that's not too hard to get to from here. Pretty much due south. So this is another one that I think needs kind of an entire rebuild. We're going to be bringing in, it's only 5 a second rare earth ore, so like to this point is fine. So I can kind of just do that. And we'll let this sort of process its way down slowly, and we'll start disassembling things as machines turn off. Hopefully we can manage to keep our inventory is a little rough right now. I probably grabbed too much landfill, but All right, this one stopped. I can see I built this before I started clearing trees sort of religiously from my build areas, so that's fun. All right, let's clear some of these trees. Let's start with that. So we've got 5 a second rare earth ore, and that's going into 2 jaw crushers. So that's going to be something like this is more than enough. That should be able to push more than 10 a second, honestly. Maybe not quite 15 a second. I don't know. That looks like it's pushing 15 a second. Cool. Doesn't really matter, but fine. That feeds jaw crushers. Let's pull those a little bit further over. Even though this is a much smaller scale, we still want to try to, you know, same rules as any of our metal builds, right? We want to have pass through here for byproduct outs, right? All of this is too close to the rail. We have plenty of space here for this build. What is this? Iron ore. I'm not going to use this. Let's make some people sad. Yeah, 2.5 in each. That's basically just that. And then 3 out. I think we can get away with... The problem is hand size doesn't help when it's 2 different items. But it's 5 and 5. We'll see. If it seems like it's getting backed up, we'll change it. Otherwise, we won't. So stone comes out. That is... I mean, that's going to actually go pretty much where it went before. Except where all of these machines are that haven't stopped yet, so... I'm trying to disassemble things backwards so that it pushes the fluids back into the tank. It doesn't really matter. Probably being overly precious with my organic solvent, but... So, next step. What is this? That was the input. That's fine. What is this? This is rare earth slurry out. We'll let that keep getting pushed. Further upstream or downstream. So, the stone can come right through here. What did I... Oh. Misclicked is what I did. How much stone do we make? 3 a second. That's fine. And then we have the rare earth powder that goes into 6 ball mills. Making rare earth whatever. These are very small quantities in and out. And we need power. Okay. Oh, this also outputs gravel. We got to filter out the gravel here. And this is another belt that I removed that I'm now basically putting back where it was, but it's fine. I want to make sure that I actually know where everything is going as I'm going through this build. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be taking things down and then putting them back, and that is absolutely fine. All right, that goes into 4 agitators. I don't know why I felt the need to really emphasize that O, but... we need to bring in the organic solvent up here. There we go. And each of these is fed up to 1.2 a second, so we can do that with a yellow inserter. And power. Cool. And then we have... Oh, these need the prod modules as well. Those feed 9 thickeners with Wait, agitator, do these output? Yeah, okay, sorry. These output a solid as well. I wasn't paying attention. These output the nickel. I was like, shouldn't we have nickel coming out soon? And it was this step. And that is this belt right here. We output 4.3, so half a belt is fine for that. Couple more inserters there. Make sure that that is appropriately set as high priority. Yes, that is set to void. Good. Same with stone. Can I even see it? Yes. Next step is the rare earth mud, right, goes into thickeners. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to do a little bit of a thing like this just to get over this belt. It's not the prettiest. It's that or it's do an underground belt. I don't know. I'd rather do pipes than belts. Rare earth slurry. There we go. And, oh, this is an awful building. Okay. This is what's out here. Tailings. Which goes to way down here. Yeah, that's way down there. I will route that in a second. Let's just make sure that this cleanly... it's 8 of them. Yep, I need one more. Which is just like that. And then I need to fix a bunch of these because I apparently messed that up. This is sulfuric that we need to bring in. That's easy enough. All right, sulfuric in. So these need power, and then they need their outputs hooked up. All right, Twitch is telling me it's going to want to start an ad break soon, so let's just get this this tailings output hooked up. That'll come just all the way down here. And then when we come back from the ad break, we will finish getting this build done. I don't think this is going to take much longer. And then after that, hopefully we should have the stuff at the mall for the next couple of builds, and we'll hop into YAFC, we'll grab... Oh, no, we're missing a couple things. Glad I checked. Ah, hyphens, of course. All right, I'll see everybody after the ad. I'm going to get a little bit of water, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. All right, we are halfway through rare earth oxides, so let's just keep going. Hey, Koa Bear, welcome back in. Good to see you. All right. What are we bringing in here? We're bringing in the rare earth slurry. You're at 6 BBFs. All right. I really need to build more BBFs. I'm still only at 4 on my world, but it's amazing, you know, if you're willing to find other things to do, you can accumulate quite a bit of steel while those run. And output is going to be rare earth solution and also a little bit of uranium ore, just as a treat. Oh, you got the math wrong on the wall sharing? Yeah. Okay, that looks good. That's rare earth solution. And this is uranium ore, which comes out right here. There we go. Yeah, I need to spend a little bit more time on my storage. In my GTNH world, I edited the configs to go back to the default storage drawer sizes. So once I hit the ability to make a drawer controller, I can, you know, I can do one big storage drawer network. Because I'm not worried about drawers causing lag in my world. But I just have to actually build up all the storage for it and get it hooked up, and I just haven't done that yet. What's next here? We've got... This is the rare earth solution. That goes into... doing all barrels for now, yeah. If you're not gonna revert the weird GTNH storage drawer reconfiguration, which is really, it's a lag reduction thing more than anything else, I think. But only just finished making enough XP tanks to store it all before making the nether portal. I have a tank problem. And it's partly my own fault, because I try not to do anything without, like, showing it on screen, but it means that, like, I'm still using... Well, that's just wrong. I'm still using Tinker's tanks for my XP. I have like 30 of them now. I really need to do something about that. Someday. Alright, what's this making? 2.5 chromite sand and rare earth concentrate. Yeah, the smeltery tanks. Which only hold like 4 buckets. They're a bad tank to be using for that. But they're also, like, relatively cheap, right? They're, like, sand and clay and gravel, and it's, like, I could just make up a big batch of brick and make more of them. So I just haven't dealt with the problem yet. Um... Oh, I wasn't doing this process before, was I? I was doing a different one. I was doing the one that used sulfuric and made copper ore. But I pivoted away from that. Right. Okay. What would I transition to? I'm not really sure. It's tempting to just make, like, a giant railcraft tank and have an XP reservoir that I never have to think about ever again. Yeah, my initial railcraft tank was the minimum size to make the quest happy. I do want to expand that. It's on my list of ones. Well, it actually might be the next episode this week. Because I've finally got a lot of what I need for better steam pipes. So now that I have better steam pipes, I want to scale up the steam storage, and that also means... of course these don't quite reach. Why would they? That would be too easy. All right, let's do one there, and one like there. Also, apparently I'm out of pipes, so we're going to have to go run back to... We're going to have to run back to the mall and grab more pipes. Let's... Do I want to finish getting things blueprinted here? We're pretty close to done. But... if we check EFC here... What I decided to do was convert this chromite sand to molten chromium on site. Just because I don't think we can push this much chromite sand out, but I'm hopeful we can pull this much molten chromium. We might actually need to output both. And then we'll go from there. And about the pipes, yeah, if you can manage with sort of a smaller steam build until you get your assembler, your LV assembler, you can get to the Twilight Forest and get a lot of lead, and that gives you Potin, P-O-T-I-N, which is a much better alloy for pushing steam around than bronze. All right, let's go back to base. I think I am going to set this up so that we can output both chromite sand and molten chromium as high priority or as byproduct sources, and that way we can, you know, potentially do both things. Yes, that is the progression. And if you check the thaumaturgy tab in the GTNH quest book, it will, like, one of the first things in, after you get to the Twilight Forest is like, here's pot and pipes, you should make them. I didn't. The only one I've made so far is the macerator. I'm thinking about doing a big mixer. I also have a tendency to build small until I need to build big in general, right? And that's something that I learned from playing Pi. So, like, I don't mind especially in Greg Tech, you know, just building myself a decent workshop and pushing forward until I absolutely need bigger dedicated processing lines. Episode 12. Oh, so you're almost caught up. All right, let's find ourselves pipes. Here we go. Yeah. And for the most part, I try to even gather the materials before I record, right? I put on a podcast and I grab my mining hammer, and that's what I do before I go to bed during the week, and then I record over the weekend. Oh, wait until you see the stack of lead that I'm going to have at the start of, yeah. I mean, it's hard, right, to find the pacing of some of those things. You know, if I captured all of the mining and stuff like that I do, every episode would be half mining montage. And that's too much mining montage. So it is a balance that I'm still playing with and trying to figure out exactly what I like, but I'd always rather the episode be more dense on like progress and getting into the mechanics of things rather than am I doing anything, or am I just sitting here letting the bots empty my inventory? I think I'm just sitting here letting the bots empty my inventory. So let's let's get out of here. I only blew up a machine twice? I think just twice. And I think it was the same basic concept. It was solar boilers both times, and solar boilers are just awful because they heat up on their own. Like, solar boilers are setting you up to blow up your machines if you're not super, super careful with them. What you probably should do with them is, like, place a block over them when you're setting them up and getting everything plumbed in. And then you don't have to worry about it. You can just uncover them when you want to turn them on. It's a brilliant idea that I just thought of right now, so, you know. Obviously, I haven't been doing it in the past. All right, these output 3. We're going to do... And can I do something like If I blueprint this... I love this game. There we go. So now we've got, what is this? The rare earth concentrate and chromium, whatever. I want to pull this belt over one more, just give myself a little more space to work. Actually, can we pull it over further? Yes, we can come all the way over here. This is going off to the next step. And the chromite sand... The chromite sand we just need to split between two processing chains. One of them is going to go, I think it's here. This is what used to be the copper ore out, and we're not going to have copper ore out anymore. So one of the spots that the chromite sand goes to is there. And actually, we can just run that right here. And then the other chromite sand is we're going to melt it down into molten chromium and make that also available on rails. And hopefully between chromite sand demand and molten chromium demand, with both of those flagged as high priority from this build as outputs, we will be able to use it all up. We can't, I'm going to be sad. But, all right, the last step here is... Oh, and this is also just stupid amounts of... I'm an idiot. Okay. This is outputting 29.9... Yeah. How many buildings are there here? 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... And we have to do something similar here. There we go. And then this one even, we need to go further. This needs to be a red belt. Then the chromite sand is all going to fit on one. Yes. Okay, and then 15 solid separators. All right. Rare earth oxide. And these guys. 2 in. All right, that's not too bad. And then our output is 2 items a second. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. Grim, thank you so much for the 5 months with 5 months with Prime so far. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being a consistent presence and a consistent supporter. It's always great having you around. Is the name Tomahawk significant? I do not know. That is a good question. So this is going to be... This also needs to be a red belt because we've got like 20-something items a second coming through here. And copy this all the way over. Come on. Actually, what I should do is copy this all the way down. Oh, that's the wrong belt. Whoops. Oh, and I'm out of red belts. Of course I am. We're going to have to go back up to the mall. How many red belts do I keep on me? Not enough is the answer. And I probably only need like 1,500 of those. 2 stacks of those. 1 stack of red undergrounds is fine because red undergrounds are super long. Oh, I have so many. I've been accumulating pipes from tearing down builds. I didn't realize that much of my inventory was spent on... We also probably only need like half as many niobium undergrounds. I don't know. It depends on the build I'm doing. Decided to restart Pi with spoilage enabled. Did not miss the early game. Yeah, the early game is no fun. It turns out splitters are a really important part of Factorio. All right, so all of this, we're going to have to reconnect down here. But basically, we're going to run it all the way down to here. Red splitter. And then these need to be red belts all the way down. But I do think spoilage adds a ton to Pi. It's absolutely worth having spoilage enabled. I really have enjoyed playing with it. All right, I think that's good enough. The chromite sand is up to like a belt, which is a lot of chromite sand. All right, so what we have to do then... The last step is just getting the chromite sand down to molten chromium, and then I have to route the molten chromium out of this build, which I think means we need one more output station. So that means this all goes away. I'm really, really glad that I turned on spoilage. As much as sometimes I have had to do some ridiculous things to deal with spoilage, the challenges are very worth it. Plus, like, I have no idea what I would do with with plutonium if I didn't have decay on. Like, I'm absolutely relying on plutonium decaying back down to more useful things. Ooh, we need to bring in CO2. Okay, we can adjust this. We can make room for one more fluid. We're professional engineers. Oh, I also definitely screwed that up. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work. Which means it's got to be, like, here. That's fine. And then cyanic acid. I'm less thrilled with my options here, but we'll make it work. All right, now we can get CO2 out for these guys. Nope. Oh, whoops, I just flushed a ton of cyanic. Which I did not mean to do, but... All right. Now we can bring in the carbon dioxide. I definitely messed this up. But it should be fine now. Each of these needs 4. All right. That's fun. Guess we're doing the, Yeah, and then we also need to bring in... maybe not right there. Maybe over 1. This is going to be the molten out. So way down here, where we set up our new stations, we're going to need a solid drop-off. And this is going to bring in coke and borax. And this is just for processing the... Because I don't think we have enough demand for chromite sand in the base, this is purely for processing the chromite sand down to molten chromium so that we can feed that into like our chromium alloys and things like that. Rather than... And if we need to, we can add another station here and add like a casting down to chrome plates even. And we'll rely on that for various outputs. So we need like half a belt of coke. So much for respecting the terrain and trying not to build on lakes. We are all over this lake. But whatever. And how much borax do we need? 3 a second. All right, that's like... Each of these is, all right, just a couple coke. And then they feed out graphite. And this is this belt. How are we doing here? Have we gotten CO2 yet? We have. Does all of this look correct now? None of these are showing minus 70. Correct. All right, now we just have to get this. All the way down here to fluid pickup. Nope, not there. And that needs to be set as a high priority. We don't actually need to void it, so we don't have to copy that whole setup. We can just flag it as high priority. And that'll be molten chromium out. So we're spitting out chromite sand and molten chromium potentially from this. And hopefully between both of those, we will have enough uses for the extra chrome that we don't have to do anything else with it. If I need to, I can also, like I said, set up like a casting unit and convert the molten down to chrome ingots and also be able to send those out as a high priority source. But I'm really hoping that, like, especially with all the things we need for oil processing and things like that, there's a lot of like chrome alloys that are in there. You know, we need ferrochrome for stainless steel and for chips. We do use a lot of chrome, and a lot of it is in the form of chromite sand or molten chrome into alloys. So We'll find out if we've got enough stuff to... got enough usage to keep that running at this scale. I'm a little concerned by how big that byproduct is, but... All right, I need a bunch of red belts for us to finish that build, but otherwise it is pretty much done, and we've got the new cobalt extract build to do as well. Does that have all of its buildings for us? It does. Do I want to make one more rare earth mining drill so that they're in pairs? I think I do. Let's do 12 of those. Whoops, I'm clicking on the wrong things. Let's do 24 of these and 12 of these. And actually update the right values so that the bots actually bring them. All right, so the bots should make one more of every one of those buildings that we need. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, although we're running low on red chips again. This is going to hopefully fix that. I actually don't know for sure if silicon is our blocking thing. It's the nickel silicon, not the silicon wafers that's currently the blocking thing. We're going to unblock silicon wafers with the fixed rare earths. And then nickel silicon is the next thing. And we do, well, besides these 3 buildings that I just asked it to make, you know, more of, we have everything we need for that. So hopefully we can yeah, I think I need to put all of these on read hand content and feed them into I think it's the green circuit, because this is a diode so that when this reads its contents, it's not... Because this needs to read its contents and also set its recipe, so we have to have, like, diodes in and out of it to do the right thing. So that the different networks aren't connected weirdly. So I think I would want to hook these guys up. Let's see, read hand contents, hold. And put that on... what? Oh, this isn't just a diode. This is doing the inversion as well as being a diode. And we need to invert these. But if we just hook these up to this red signal, then this is also on set recipe. Okay, this is going to take a little more messing around with than I... like, it's fine. I just have to find a spot for the right set of combinators to, like, actually make it work. Really, I just need this, right? We need to, like, duplicate this to here. And then we do, like, this. And that. And that should do the trick. Right, but I need to subtract their contents from the warehouse, not add it. Because I'm adjusting the requests down by what's been handed off to the assembler. And what happens right now is while things are in the hand, they're gone from both of those places, and extra bots will be dispatched to bring extra things over. So I want the hand read to be subtracted. So I need an inverse. But if I hook it up to the red wire, then their hand contents could override the set recipe, and that would be horrible. Yeah, requester stuff is weird. But I think this is all that I need to do, is read hand contents into an inverter and then add that to the requests. So, like, we should be able to just paste this. That should do the job. The bots will build that on their own. I don't have to supervise it. Okay. Do we have everything we need here, though? We do. Let's go ahead and do... This is going to be the new cobalt... Oh, no. First, we're going to do... Let's go finish rare earths. That's right. We have some belts to drop off at rare earth. And then we'll go work on the new cobalt extract build. And I think I am just going to do a new nickel silicon build as well, because I don't want to try to squeeze 15 gas processing units up where the old one is right now. That just sounds annoying. What the what? Oh, I see what I did. I apparently decided I needed this set of stations after I had built this log, and instead of moving 2 buildings, I decided the best thing to do was this. I'm leaving it. I'm not fixing it. So this should all just, like, turn on once we get all the belts in place. Taking a second for everything here to actually get itself moving, but it is getting itself moving. Yeah, lots and lots of... Oh, that's wrong. Oh, and that's the new iron processing tech. That's delightful. We're gonna have to figure out what to research soon. All right, the chromium is... I just have this set to split evenly right now because I don't really know which of these is going to be the better sink. Whichever sink we don't have the capacity for will eventually back up and push everything to the other one. I don't care which one it goes to. I don't care if it goes out as molten. I don't care if it goes out as chromite sand. I just want it not here. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. That's all set. That's high priority. That's all set. That's high priority. They'll figure themselves out over time. Cool. I think we now have a very large amount of rare earth oxides, which hopefully will start to make their way over to where we need them. One of the biggest ones is going to be silicon. That's going to be a big rare earth user for a little while. We pull like half a belt of rare earth oxides into here. And, you know, the rest of it goes other places. And I did leave a little bit of breathing room on this build, so... All right, next we've got to do rare earths are done. Cobalt extract. Yeah. And I found a spot that I like for this at the start of the stream. We've got nickel, copper, and rare earths all here. So we're actually going to do the mining on site, which I very rarely do. But in this case, it needs a lot. So... the reason I don't do the mining on site is that various processes spit out ores as byproducts, so I have to be able to deal with moving ores around anyway. At least to a certain extent. Maybe I'll change that at some point, because like places where we do byproduct ores, we can do, you know, a trivial amount of processing on them before we spit them out as byproducts. I was trying to avoid like any sort of processing of byproducts for a while. I just wanted to get them out and get them somewhere else. Because typically when you process byproducts, you end up with even more things that you need to get rid of. And that just means more train stations, etc., etc. You know, if you have an ore as a byproduct and you process it, you're going to end up with stone or gravel or something else that you also have to get rid of. But as our base scales up and as we need to be dealing with, you know, more than a couple of belts, especially with 1-1 trains everywhere, it is going to become impractical to keep pushing raw ores around with their low stack size and things like that. All right, and this is a place where the new template doesn't have... Ooh, I don't know if I've been consistent about fixing this. When we have two of these next to each other... Did I fix it here? I fixed it here, yeah. I guess a lot of what I've been building recently, we have gaps. Here, you don't need it because we don't have double anything, like in and out. But when we have a stretch here that's too short for trains to be in, we want to make sure that they don't block this little segment. So we need to switch over to chain signals. I used to not have to do that because I had too many chain signals on all of my everything. And I redid the blueprints to be less aggressive about chain signals, but that means that they need some adjustment now. What do I need for cobalt extract? We have 1 fluid station in. We have 3 stations out, so we have 4 stations in total. Okay, that's the standard. We're kind of right on top of these deposits, but that's fine. We don't need that many mining machines. Like, we're going to set this up here, and this is going to last for a very long time. There's hundreds of thousands of rare earth on every square. So that's going to be the rare earth over there. Down here, we're going to have copper, which is these guys. And then over here, we have the bigger build, which is all of the fluid mining drills for the nickel. I think maybe we do it in groups of 6. We have 24 of these in total. But like if we do there, something like that. I don't know. All right, so that's nickel, that's copper, and that's rare earths up there. We need to bring in... Boy, we use a lot of cyanic acid now. I need to double check our cyanic acid capabilities. I'm just realizing how much more we're using for this, plus how much more we're using for the rare earth processing that we just did, and I have no idea if we make enough of it. All right, we're going to do a multi-fluid drop-off. I guess we'll just drop it here. We need cyanic acid, naphtha, and syngas. And all the rest of that can go away. The naphtha... Oh, so close. There we go. That'll be naphtha. The syngas we need to route over to these guys for nickel. That'll be syngas, and then copper needs water. I didn't even check. I always just kind of assume there's water nearby. And there is. We'll find some. We'll be fine. And then output-wise, we're going to have some tailings, we're going to have some stone, and we're going to have the actual cobalt extract. So let's get those in place, I guess, on this side. Tailings, and then 2 solid pickups. Do either of these have to be high throughput? How much stone do we make? 2 1/4 stone, 5.5 cobalt extract. The answer is no, none of this is high throughput. All right, it's ad break o'clock again. I do run just the 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. While the ads run, I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, and when we're back, we will finish up this cobalt extract build. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. All right, we've got to route a bunch of ores around, and it just occurred to me that these are red belts. Hopefully I have enough red belts on me. Because we've got 30 ores. Oh, no, but it's going to be stacked. We're coming out of miners. We don't need a red belt. Never mind. We're good. I forgot about stacking. All right, so that'll come up here. This will join it. Actually, they probably won't quite join each other. Not that quickly. What we need to do is we're going to have 10 ball mills making the mixed ores. And I need to make sure that we route all of that well enough that we have, like, space to get everything on and in and out of those machines. I think we will. So let's do this. Let's do this. We're also going to bring in the rare earth, like, alongside. And then the ball mills doing mixed ores. And we can't prod this. Oh, yes, we can prod this step. Okay. And then, yeah, our input is 3.2. So I think that's like this. And then that. And we'll have, you know, the other one coming down. I think that'll do what we need. And then output, we're going to have stone out. And we're going to have the mixed ores. And that's 23 a second. So I guess that one does actually have to be... Let's see. The stone comes up here. The mixed ores are going to be on a fast belt because I don't want to deal with trying to stack them. Nope. And then, because we got an even number of these, we can split them right in half. Like that. Oh. Okay. Can't even really see that with the terrain scatters there. Of course. You know what? We can take this whole thing. Beautiful. And we'll get power up here. And this is the reason I've been holding on to this copper ore for so long, because I knew we would have a spot for it. So let's see, we want to bring we'll bring this up past here. Bring this across. This is the stone output, which 2.5 a second. We can do that with just 2 of those. This needs to be set up to be able to void. Let me see if I have... Do I have stone anywhere over here? I do. Oh, that's not set up to void, though. Whoops, that's a bug. What about over here? Find some stone. 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 All right, we have to go fix that at uranium so that it actually can void stone. Wonder if I've noticed that before, commented on it, and then not actually fixed it. Probably multiple times. All right, we got rare earth ore coming in. For the copper, we need to get this hooked up to water. I'll find that in a second. And then for nickel, we've already got the gas hooked up. So we're good there. Good here. All right. 6 flotation cells does the rest of this. For some reason, I have 7. I'm going to assume that this is like 6.01 or something, and the rounding for display versus... We're just going to do 6. I don't feel like, well, whatever. We've got it. We may as well. Cobalt extract. Prod. We're going to have... This is the tailings. And our input is going to be... Yeah, like 4 a second. So we're going to do 2 of those guys and power. And then our inputs here... If we put that there, sorry, that's an output. That's the actual cobalt extract out, which goes up like that. And how much do we make in total? 5.4, so we don't need the second half of the belt at all. Just comes right across here. We need 4 pressure pumps worth of vacuum. So that is something we can set up here. Output pipes are not connected with undergrounds. Oh, you're right. Because I copied this one. There we go. Cool. There we go. That should do the job there. And this needs... Oh, this isn't vacuum. This is pressurized air. Oops. And then I just need to get the cyanic acid over there. And where do we have water? Right here. Cool. That should do everything we needed to do now. I just want to see the copper make its way all the way to the end. I want to make sure I've got all the machines turning on, nothing's backing up in weird ways. My belts aren't running out of belt, that sort of thing. And in theory, I can do this 50% bigger without even changing these belts, because we have belts stacking to 3, so that would be 45 copper and 45 nickel. That looks good. All of our inputs look good. Outputs here are looking good. I think only like 6 of these are really going to run full time, and the last one's going to kind of flutter on and off. Because I think it's just barely more than 6. But yeah, we have a lot more cobalt extract. Cool. And then the other thing we can do... Can we even do it, like, right here? I mean, I could, except I put pipes all through where I would need to put the stations. But we're very close to being able to do... nickel silicon. Oh, I can do it at pure-rated silicon wafers. That's a fine spot. But what I want to do before I forget about it is I want to go fix the stone output on uranium to actually be properly flagged as a void. Because apparently that was wrong. And then we'll go build nickel silicon. And then we'll figure out what our next thing we need to do is. Yeah, this has been sitting backed up too. Oof. Good thing the uranium grade 1 does not decay. But we almost certainly need more yellow cake. Yeah, we're running low. How's plutonium doing since we started the reprocessing thing? Hey! It's actually working. Like, we've actually managed to bring down the total number of items in this thing. Cool. And I'm seeing that this is sitting at like exactly 200 plutonium-242, which is perfect. We should be sitting at, yeah, I mean, we're still sitting at way more plutonium-240 than we're actually going to want in this steady state, because I didn't cap it to 1,000 until significantly later. But this should just keep trying to run. Yeah, there we go. We get extra 242, and it's being voided. We're getting the 238, and that's getting fed through. So yeah, the reprocessing 239 down to 238 is absolutely functioning now. And then every once in a while, this will run when this goes below 10,000 items in total. And currently it's sitting around 11,000, but it'll get there. And as that happens, these should turn back on, and we'll push all the isotopes back into here, and that'll do what it needs to do. But sweet. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. It does seem to be working as intended. Why have we stopped? Oh, we're out of cyanic acid. Hey, didn't I say something about do we have enough cyanic acid? Maybe we should check on that in YAFC. Let me get the nickel silicon build done first, and then we'll go think about cyanic acid in YAFC. Because nickel silicon is just like... I'm going to make this a high throughput drop-off. Well, how much total do we have? No, we have less than a belt in total. It's fine. We can do a normal drop-off. Cobalt extract. Silicon and nickel plate. I'm not even worried about the extra silicon that we need for this. Because we... excuse me. Because the we switched to the new silicon wafer processing, and that's just so much more efficient in terms of raw silicon that, like, I'm absolutely not worried about being able to have the silicon we need. What have we got? Cobalt extract, and I guess we'll do the silicon. And then that all feeds a whole bunch of gas processing units. I probably could have done Mark IIs, but since we can't prod this, I decided I didn't care. I'm changing my mind as I go here. Let's do that. And then the last thing is going to be the nickel plate. Now, we've got, yeah, all of these are very small quantities in, so it doesn't really matter. And then our output is 0.4 items a second. We're going to have a pickup station here, which has the nickel silicon out one side. And then out the other side, we're going to loop back around the cobalt extract. So that should do what we need. We make 3 a second in total. And I just need to copy and paste this like 15 times and then hook up the vacuum pipe. What did I... Oh, this was the old belt, wasn't it? I forgot I still had some remnants of this. No, I did do something weird. Back up. What did I do? There we go. All right, now we've got 15 of them. And the last thing this needs is the vacuum, which is going to go right here. And if I could draw a straight line, it would go right here even more so. Oh, actually, vacuum pumps are pass-through. I forgot. Let's get rid of all this pipe then. Sweet. So these guys are just waiting for... What's wrong? Why are you not... Oh, I did the thing! Pie's weird tall buildings strike again. Anyone who has spent enough time playing Pi knows exactly what I just did and why I did it. Some of the buildings are vertically, like graphically, a whole tile taller than they, like, actually are. So it's very easy if you're not looking closely to put your inserters in the wrong place. And that worked correctly for the long-handed inserters, but not for the short ones. All right, so now we're just waiting for cobalt extract. Right, cyanic acid is a problem. So let's check on cyanic and YAFC before we move on to any other products, any other projects. New latex and new rubber. Oh, this is stuff we gotta look at, but let's find... All right, yeah, we have one cyanic acid. What is wrong with me? Why am I like this? We can prod it at least. All right. All right. And then we're going to have ammonia, which pulls in cyanic, lead and silver, which pull in cyanic, melamine, which uses a little cyanic and a little ammonia, and the rare earth oxides. So in total, 63, 75, call it 100, 115, although we'll probably need to scale this up as well. 325. All right, so we need like 4 times as much cyanic is what I'm seeing. So we need to go up like this. That pulls in now 300 ammonia a second. So we need to improve our ammonia processing as well. And now we're getting... Actually, are there any extra products with cyanic acid? No. Now we get nervous about how much ammonia we're actually going to need in this base. We maybe don't want to go via Wohler, though. We almost certainly want to do other things. But if we grab the summary and find the ammonia column... Organic solvent 2 makes a little ammonia? Is that true? Yes. I mean, that's good, but we can't necessarily rely on that. Ammonia via Wohler makes 87.5. And nothing else is actually making ammonia, is it? These are all consumers. So 47, 53, 73, 80, 120, call it 125, 185, 235, 250, plus 300. So we need like 600 ammonia now. We could go Wohler for that, but like... That means we have to make... Can we prod Wooler? We cannot. We can't make infinite free resources with the Wooler cyanic loop. But like, okay, if we need... I mean, that's too much. But okay, so that adds another like 95 to our cyanic demand. So then we have to go up another... Which adds another 100 to our ammonia demand. You can see the problem with doing this. Right, and that only adds a little bit more to the cyanic demand, so like maybe at this scale, all of this is balanced now. But like now we need 63 formic acid. And like... You know? $120 there, $180 there, 100 and... Oh, this is the scaled up formic design that I was working on for new latex and new rubber, though. Okay. So we would need to push this a little bit harder, but not like significantly harder. The problem is just the Wooler cyanic loop gets very, very busy very, very quickly. The other options... What other options do we have for making ammonia is really the question. Urea. Sure. Coke fluidization, although that's a lot of byproducts we have to deal with. Yeah, and Wooler. All right. I mean, I feel like this is the one that's maybe useful, but also we have to deal with tar processing out of that. We have to deal with tall oil out of that. It's a lot of byproducts. You like Coke fluidization? Yeah. It does seem reasonable. I just... All right, if we take Wooler back down to the level that we have it at currently, which is how much Wooler synthesis is in the base? Six machines. So that's 8.75 a second. We're not really... I mean, effectively, Wooler's doing nothing at this scale. Wait, no, sorry, 87.5. It's not doing quite nothing, but it's not doing a lot. And then... Where's cyanic acid in all of this? I don't see it. Let's close everything related to formic for now. All right, so we're back to... Oh, there's cyanic acid. Okay. 225, 240, 302, 3... We need like 350. Okay. Right, because I pushed this up an extra, like, little bit. So we only need, like... 360 cyanic. And where does that put us at ammonia-wise? We have like 87.5 available, occasionally a little bit more. And that's enough for like, well, it's not even enough for all of our other ammonia users. 47, 54, 75, 125, 175. Yeah. A little under 200 plus 300, so we need like 500. So if we look at coke fluidization and we want to make ammonia with it, that's not helpful. I mean, we can put speed modules in. It's a smaller build, but like this is still insane. We can make the copper plates on site, sure. But like, how even would we make the coke on site? Red hot coke? But also, like, all of this tar and tall oil that we have to process. So this has to basically be a monolithic build. I don't think there's a way around making this a monolithic build. Just, like, go out in the middle of nowhere somewhere and do all this. And then, like, this is really too much tar to push into the base. I'm worried this is too much tall oil to push into the base. Like, I don't know what we're gonna do with all of this stuff. So what's the other option? Shale oil from Keragen, 20 Keragen a second. But we have to be able to get that much Keragen. Urea, which we can prod. That's only 80 urea a second. No, we don't want to do that. Which is still a lot of urea a second, to be clear. I don't think there's an easy way to just, like, generate heaps of wastewater, is there? No, that needs molasses. Oh, and it generates the type A molasses that we have to get rid of. Oh, but we turn that back into B type. Okay. And then we need to make a little bit more A type. But that's not that bad on Tufras. We gotta make the biocrud. Sure, agar spoiling. Whatever, my usual route to biocrud. 100 high pressure furnaces, but we don't actually have to prod that step. Because if we're using relatively cheap seaweed, relatively cheap, 115 frickin' seaweed crop facilities. All right, 100 seaweed crop facilities. because I still haven't made Mark II seaweed. If we did take the time to make Mark II seaweed, we get it down to 50 crop facilities. This is almost a manageable build. Limestone, steam with efficiency modules, vacuum. It's a lot of nitrogen. We can always do... How much oil sand would this use? Not a ton. Although that's a small enough nitrogen amount at like a couple hundred, we can ship that. All right, I feel like those are the options. It's either trying to do something to make a lot of urea very quickly, but I don't know if wastewater is the best option. Like, we can look at manure. We want to make Zogna on site. I'm just prodding everything here, right? Like, I mean, that's not that bad, actually. The Zogna side, anyway. It's the liquid manure that I'm a little more worried about. I don't know if I have Og food set up yet, but assuming I do, I mean, we're still looking at like 60 Og paddocks to get that much urea. And again, this is enough that I really am worried about doing it on rails, right? I don't necessarily want to try to ship in 80 urea a second. That's a lot of frickin' urea. But like, and a lot of Og food. I don't even know like what that looks like as far as, geez, all the other inputs. So maybe we don't even go for tier 2. If we do tier 1, can we make Og Mach 2s relatively easily? How expensive are those? Because that gets us down to 60 with just the Mark 1 recipe, which is like manageable. Yes, blood atomizes to urea as well. Not directly. It's... Oh, yes, it does. 800 blood a second. Unless there's a critter that makes stupendous amounts of blood, though, we're still looking at... I feel like I gotta be doing something wrong. It's so rare that I hit these situations where I need these really giant builds, and that always makes me feel like something is screwed up, but like... And I mean, part of the thing that's screwed up is me trying to run an entire chip shooter for red chips. But, like, outside of doing that wrong, it's weird that this is, like, the one place where the game is really pushing back, is cyanic acid. Like, everything else has been a little bit bigger but manageable, especially with tier 2 buildings. This ammonia thing is, like... I mean, if we do want to do it with Waller, just for funsies, Yeah, we need an extra 100 cyanic. I mean, we just loop it, right? If we say we loop it, you got most of your cyanic from meat. I could potentially look into that. I didn't even really think about that. How much meat do we need for... How much did we say we need? Like 300 cyanic a second? Okay. So only like 4 belts a second of meat. Which is still way more meat than we need. What's my meat overflow going to? Ooh. Save. Whoops. Sorry. Let me reopen YAFC. That was a misclick. And fix the source. Where is it? There it is. All right. What was I saying? My current meat void. Oh, I just void it to jerky. Okay. So certainly we could change this. Instead of voiding to jerky, we void to cyanic acid, right? Like that's... Wow. I should really look into coal briquettes for shipping fuel around, huh? Although, I need the ash, so whatever. So yeah, if we change that, that gives us a little bit of a kicker of cyanic, but it's not with our current scale of slaughter, and we do need to ramp up animal processing, but it's still not going to be enough. But like, if we get... Let's say this runs at half speed. So we're going to get like 90 out of that. So we can bring this down. I mean, we'll say the 240, which is aggressive. Now we really only need like 200 ammonia. Instead of 300. And is Waller more viable? And if we have it make its own cyanic, just so I can see it looping here, put the prod modules in. Yeah, 8 DDCs, loop its own cyanic. It's only like 20 extra formic a second. And that is very viable. Especially since we can prod formic. You know, in that case, like... This suddenly doesn't look that bad. Why did I think this was awful? Was I looking at making way more ammonia than I thought I needed? So, like, yeah, we're going to pull an extra, like, 80 cyanic into here. I mean, let's go back to the 360. So that's pulling 300 ammonia. So we need... oh yeah, I'd ramp this up to do not 400, but whatever the number was for, not quite, real close. Oh, come on, what's the number? I just need to do the math. Yeah, Waller's good. I just... I thought I had looked at this and decided the formic was out of control, and now I'm looking at it again and it doesn't actually seem that bad. So I must have done something weird. What is the number? All right, it's oh, because it's a weird ratio. It's 350 24 16 times 466 and 2/3. That's, there we go. So yeah, if we go to 16 machines doing Wohler, we do need to ramp up our formic. All right, let's clear out. This is a bunch of the stuff that depends on ammonia or generates a little bit of it, and I don't want to look at any of that anymore. I don't want to look at this anymore. We should be looking at scaling up Wohler on this tab. I'm going to delete this temporary one, and we're going to do it in here. All right. And that'll feed cyanic fine. We might want to go up to the 480, which pulls 400 ammonia a second, but also whatever. Let's put this back to jerky. I'm going to close some things. Okay, let's open everything that we need for ammonia. And we're going to try to get like formamide, Wohler, and sort of everything else balanced. And it's going to be kind of a pain, but we'll get it figured out. We need to open everything for cyanic acid, which is just missing lead and silver, apparently. And then formic acid. We need to bring in Vrock rendering and the build for it. All right. So now, looking at our potential ammonia, this does look like it needs to go bigger. I think we got to go maybe another 25% bigger on ammonia, just back of the envelope here. Because we're already at 460 right here, 500, 512, 550, 600. Yeah, maybe even up to 50% bigger. I don't know if I like that. But that's exactly 700 per second. All right. Let's assume we can feed it 600 hydrogen a second, because I'm sure that I have a way to make 600 hydrogen a second. I'm not worried about hydrogen. If we check the summary, then how are we doing on the cyanic that we need? 250, 370, 450, for like real close to 500. So we also might want to tick cyanic up. Go up to that 600 a second. Does that really screw up the ammonia, though? It thinks it's green. 600. Barely. It's barely in the green. And then with that, I need to look at formic acid and formamide still. Because we're definitely going to need to make more formic acid for Wohler. but not a lot more. Only like 50% more. Okay. And then formamide will need to ramp up a little bit as well, which will pull more ammonia, and this is why the loop is a pain to balance. It is ad break o'clock. I'm going to get a little bit of water and step away. I'll see everyone in a few minutes. We'll play with these numbers until we get, like, the loops closing cleanly, and we're sure we have more than enough capability on every side. And then we'll build these giant builds. Welcome back, everybody. We're still just working on trying to get all this balanced. So this now says that we are formic positive, but formamide negative. So we got to push formamide up a little bit more. That's fine. And now we're ammonia negative again. 600, 640, 650, 680, 686, 786. Okay. Let's, what does going up to 30 buildings look like for this? $875. And the summary says that makes us slightly... what? We've got 240 formic, and we're a little bit formic negative again. But it is ammonia positive. Okay. And I haven't even checked cyanic yet. So... we need a little more formic again, which is another... I mean, it comes in increments of 30. And then the formamide, which is in increments of what? 24? All right, and ammonia is still positive. Oh, this is... No, here we go. 375... 450 or something, cyanic. Am I missing a tab that uses cyanic? No, it's all here. 75, 300, 450, 475. How did I end up with needing to make 600? Is that just because of the increments that we're working in here? No. We can bring this down a little bit, and then we can bring ammonia down a little bit. Although, you know what? We make a little bit of extra. It's fine. Okay. I think that's the loop. I think we've got everything scaled. So that assumes even that we aren't even improving our rocks, and this is just like what we can do here. Making a bunch of formic. We already did a big thing scaling up sulfuric, so I think we're okay on sulfuric acid. Right? Because we made extra when we did that, and this is far from our biggest consumer. So I think going up to a bunch more formic is fine. And then formamide. All right. So these are all the builds that we need to work on to get cyanic back where it needs to go. May as well go for the Greenhouse Mark II here. Let's start getting this stuff into the game. Oh, and I need to pick research. I think that was actually 5, not 4. Yeah, it is. 5 of those. Formamide is 6 fluidized bed reactors. Plus a moondrop greenhouse. Ammonia needs 30 more DDCs. Jeez. And cyanic is going to be 25 quenching towers. These are not small builds, but they're manageable, right? We're dealing with 10, 20 buildings. We're not dealing with hundreds of buildings. So now we probably need to put some things into the allow list. Oh, we also need to request all of our modules. 67, so that's 134. Ooh, we're running out of control panels there. And then almost certainly the moondrop greenhouses are not in the allow list yet. Quenching Tower is, and I know the DDC is. All right, this is a major side quest, but we'll get it done. And that should get cobalt extract running again, which will get nickel silicon running again, which will get MOSFETs running again. Although they are running right now off of a little bit of nickel silicon, but they're not going to be running consistently. So this all looks like it's running cleanly as well. All of our silicon processing is actually going. Good. So fixing rare earths actually did fix something. Although rare earths are also going to have issues with cyanic, to be clear. Everything's going to have issues with cyanic. What are we blocked on here? MOSFETs. All right. MOSFETs will be running, though. Batteries are not currently running. Lead antimony alloy is not currently running. Antimony is not currently running. And we are out of ethylene glycol, because of course we are. Which is blocked on silver. Okay. What's going on with silver? I swear if it is cyanic acid... No. Oh, we just don't have lead ore. Did I screw up acetylene? Yes. How? Oh. Remember all that extra lime that I put in the loop? And I was like, I just need to buffer enough of the slaked lime and it'll be fine. I did not buffer enough of the slaked lime and it was not fine. At least that is an easy fix. And while we're going over this way, I'm also going to grab some asphalt, I think. Yeah, because asphalt's right there and acetylene's right up there. Because I have noticed that I have been out of asphalt. I really need to, and maybe now is the time to do it. The problem is I don't know if I have a spot for the station anywhere near here. I really don't. Maybe here. Can I... Oh, no, that's not going to work. Well, if I move these, maybe. Like, does this go... Yes, we could go further down here. And then get another station for the asphalt out. Okay, I don't hate that. Let's, Let's readjust. That's readjusting this whole build. I'll deal with it later. I was just thinking about getting asphalt on rails, which is a thing that I keep talking about and never do. Because then I could just put the asphalt in my requests and I don't have to swing by there to pick it up. Previously, that didn't make sense because the mall wasn't on rails, but now that the mall is tied to the rail base, it is very possible for me to do that. All right, that should get acetylene flowing again, which will get lead ore flowing again. We should choose some techs, I guess. Sap stage 3? I haven't even done sap stage 2. Tufra turd, data array turd. Oh, lab research speed. It's not really useful for me right now, because I have plenty of labs, but why not? Throw it in. Coke processing 3. Yeah, this gives us, like, outlet gas chains, which might be worthwhile. I haven't really thought through the outlet gas chains that I have and whether those ones are useful. Oh, worker robot speed. Let's get that going too. That's an obvious win. Energy generation 3 is silly. That's auto tech making bad decisions, I guess. Well, we do get the briquettes. Yeah, I'm just gonna queue up, like, random small helpful things. And then I can think about what I actually want to do next later. We could go for thermosolar. That's always fun. You know, this is silly. I don't know why there's a pump there in this build. I should really change that in the blueprint. Makes sense on the unloaders, because the unloaders have need filters and stuff, so you end up with redundant pumps, but I have no idea why that pump is there for the loaders. All right, I'm hoping that we have all of the buildings crafted at the mall for the whole ammonia cyanic loop upgrade. Do we? We're missing a moondrop greenhouse. We're missing it because we're out of red chips. Oh no. Oh, we're also waiting for quenching towers. Are those also waiting for red chips? Red chips. Everything needs red chips. Yes. All right. Do we have at least a portion of red chips down here? Could I hand deliver a few hundred? I can hand deliver a few hundred. That should at least get us through this process. All right, let's do it. Let's hand deliver some red chips. I don't love hand delivering stuff around, but considering I screwed up the acetylene, and at least that should pretty quickly, like, we'll bounce right back on mining lead and we'll start making silver again. So that's good. But does need... It'll need a few minutes before it can actually push the silver anywhere. Yeah, we're sending trains full of lead plate very quickly over here, which is good. Oh, we're actually running red chips. All right. I'll take that. All right. That's 1,500. Hopefully that's enough to get the buildings done that we need to get done here. And this is like, I mean, rubber, maybe. But we're pretty much on the, like, everything that was in the dependency chain of circuits, I think, has broken and been redone at this point. I don't know if rubber is actually in the circuit dependency chain. It's certainly in the science dependency chain, and we want to make sure that we've got it running for that. But we are, like, overall... I'm going to park myself right up here since I just put those in my trash slots and the bots need to deliver them to these machines. Because, yeah, we're waiting on... Oh, actually, quite a few more of these need to get built. All right. In the meantime... All right, so this is almost ready to fire off another thing as well, which is good. Possibly with its next delivery of soot, which is great. Yeah, this is not running for some reason. Is it backed up? Are we full on syngas? Oh, we're full on syngas. Okay. That's fine. And that's kind of the problem with depending too much on some of these. Boy, are we... Oh, interesting. I came over here because I thought the bots would hand deliver from my trash slots right to these requesters, but they didn't. I think they sent them to... They're sending them to storage, and then back from storage out to... Bots, why? Why are you like this? Oh, all right. If I had known they were going to do that, I would have parked myself down there and let them empty my trash slots. Yeah, we got a good 3,500 bots flying around right now. All right, so these are finally getting crafted. Oh, we're still waiting on a few modules, too. Are we? Oh, that's probably just rebuilding this buffer, huh? Yeah. Buffer chests. All right. So yeah, we've got like half of these and like half of these, and we did get the Moondrop greenhouse. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We should have these relatively quickly. What else can I look at? What else had been broken that we've messed with recently? How's Rare Earth doing? Rare Earth is doing fine. Obviously, the cyanic acid demand is going to be a thing at some point, but... it looks like we have filled up on the chromite sand. Are we going to fill up on the molten? Who knows? We certainly have more than a delivery's worth. Oh, but we are full on rare earth oxides at this point. Like, the system is just kind of finally catching up on backing up. So, that is good. Yeah, cobalt extract is still waiting on acid. Nickel silicon, we want to label. All right, it looks like we did have... I brought about 3 times as many red chips as we needed, so we really do need red chips to be starting to run consistently, like sooner than later. Because this hand delivery thing is just no fun. But it does seem like... I mean, once we can get batteries running consistently, I think we're good on red and green chips. Like... Silicon is good. I've never seen this build backed up before. It's fantastic. I love it. All of this stuff seems fine now that it's all, like, prodded and, like, our overall raw material demand isn't awful. So yeah, the rubber and latex rebuilds. I did these off camera. Sorry, we want new rubber, not old rubber. But this is using this rubber recipe that uses polybutadiene and styrene. And then also scaling up latex to be big enough to handle that with just a little bit of extra for the occasional latex demand at the mall. And this is more than enough rubber for our current needs, if I recall correctly. I mean, I went through and I did the whole thing, so... you know, I should probably double check, like, our anthracene usage between this and hydrogen peroxide, but I don't know if I can be bothered. None of these steps take prod, right? No. No. Oh, yes. Oh, no, that's vacuum. I'm not prodding vacuum. So... I don't know if I'm going to try to rebuild this in place or if I'm going to do a clean rebuild. I might do a clean rebuild. Same with latex. We took this use of formic into account when we went and did when we just did our whole formic, formamide, ammonia, cyanic mess. I was using new latex, not old latex, in that summary tab. So that is all fine. So we should be able to go ahead and do these builds as soon as we've fixed our formic and everything. And that will fix our rubber deficiency. Which, is that still a problem, or have other bottlenecks overtaken rubber as, like, a bottleneck for us? Could be worse. Yeah, I mean, here we're missing rubber for... whatever this is. Okay, laboratory instruments. Yeah, they're blocked on rubber. And Zoidberg is rubber stoppers. We have a little bit of rubber here still, but we do... I don't have a better rubber stopper recipe, do I? I haven't even thought about that. No. Once we get rubber, that's it. You improve rubber stoppers by improving rubber itself. And they don't prod. Of course they don't prod. Oh, but glassware is almost caught up. That's good. So, yeah, that'll be those. And then mech parts 2, we can look at for Mark II buildings. We have iron processing 3 done. We have Moondrop 3 done. So everything above here is stuff that we can be thinking about doing now. I've talked about the fuel oil build, and I'm still on the fence about what I want to do with that. And then Mark II trains will be really nice. But before we can do Mark II trains, we really do need... I was going to say red chips, but they actually don't use red chips. They do use Mark II brakes and gearboxes and shafts. So we really need to get the Mark II mechanical parts. functional. I wonder if it is worth swapping my... Looks like... so this is where it's really ending up. Voiding meat to jerky is just pushing it right into phytoplankton. Which... Do I care? It makes a lot, well, theoretically a lot of phytoplankton, although it doesn't run continuously. But if we switch the meat void over to cyanic and then just make that a priority cyanic input, that reduces the stress on all the rest of our ammonia, formic, that whole Waller loop, right? Do we have all these buildings? We have all these buildings. Okay. So let's start with, like, formic acid, because I think we can... Oh, we already had a couple over there. Sweet. Yeah, we just have to make that 5 buildings instead of 2. I think that's easy to do in place at the current formic build. And we should also be able to do formamide pretty straightforwardly. Ammonia, like the Waller build, is going to be bigger, and we might have to move that. It's kind of tucked in up near where formic is here. I've got a lot of builds kind of tucked in here with the train stations pretty close together. Like, yeah, there's ammonia. It's currently 6 DDCs, and I want it to be 30. So, yeah, we might have to move that. All right, and then the formic out comes through. Perfect. That was easy. And since we already had a couple of those, we'll have a couple of leftovers. That's fine. Waller here. I think we can still do this basically here. We'll just do it on this side, and we'll run the pipes back down to this side. I like that plan. It's a silly plan, but it'll get the job done. Because otherwise this is like wasted space, so... let's not do that, because these are DDCs, and we already know DDCs do not have good inputs and outputs. So I see ammonia out, cyanic in. We've also got to have hydrogen and whatever this is. They should all be output full because the whole thing is... I was going to say because the whole thing is busy, but no, they're all green. These two are stopped because they are already full. These guys are filling up. Ooh, but that's actually not connected through. All right, there we go. That should be right. I should also do this. Oh, right, we can't prod Waller. All right, there we go. That is 30 DDCs doing Waller synthesis, which is a lot of DDCs doing Waller synthesis. All right, there's the formic, so we'll need to get that routed in. I think all the other ones are going to be a little bit... Let's see. Hydrogen. Hydrogen. And then... the cyanic. That's not going to work. Not in that position. Oh, you know what? Let's just go all the way out. Doesn't matter. No sense trying to pack these in super tightly. So that should be 3 fluids in, 2 fluids out. No, we're missing a fluid out. What are we missing? Oh, we're missing carbon dioxide. Okay. We can fix this, though. Oh, all of this is going to be wrong, though. All right, let's tear up everything from here up, then. And we'll replace it all. And then the... that should be right now. Hopefully, because I just copied and pasted the whole thing again. Oh, and the thing I didn't do, which I should have done, was power. Power, and there, and there, and there. All right, and that'll be like my power in. Now I just have to take... We've got basically 5 pipes right here, right? Yeah. We've got 5 pipes here that I just have to get hooked up to all of the appropriate ins and outs of this build. So the whole old build can go away. Some of these we might end up actually hooking up at this end. Let's just disconnect this and we can figure out where it all actually needs to be. So first things first, let's grab... Ooh, I want to be careful with that. All right, let's take everything this way. And formic is this one. Formic, check. And then hydrogen. And the cyanic acid. Cool, and these are now running. And then the outputs are the ammonia, which we can kind of actually just pull down right here. It's not like the cleanest, but you know what? There's the ammonia. And CO2. All right, CO2. Ammonia. All of these should be backing up eventually. Yeah, filling up on ammonia. All the pipes are full. They do all connect, though. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. I think that's the Wooler synthesis build. And then, what's next? Oh, we got to scale up Formamide. Formamide is over here. Yes, and it's currently 3 machines, and it needs to be 6. And upgraded to a bigger greenhouse. Oh, do I have... Shoot, I didn't even check. Yeah, these are Mark 1s. I need a bunch of Moondrop Mark 2s. Oh, I should have those, actually. We check the Moondrop build. I think this has a little Moondrop Mark II factory attached to it. It does. Look at that. Moondrop Mark 2s. Those central Moondrops get used for so little on the base that I'm not sure it was actually worth trying to build them, but every once in a while you need small amounts of some of the AL stuff, and, like, it's nice to be able to not, All right. Formamide doubled. So, and I already did formic acid too, right? That was next to ammonia. I didn't close the tab in YAFC, so I'm like, what did I do in my to-do list? Yes, we did formic. All right, that just leaves the cyanic build. Where's my cyanic right now? Right down here. Currently 4 machines. We're going up to 25. But there's plenty of space down here, so I'm fine with doing it in the same place. That was way too far east. Let's try that again. Here. And then all the way down here. Here we go. Not that I remembered at the other builds that I just upgraded, but I'm going to remember here, and we're going to upgrade and put lamps in. You know, I didn't really think about this when I was looking at what I needed for this cyanic. We're not building this here. What just made a dupe noise? Oh dear, there was stuff bringing coal here. Okay, let's stop that then. In that case, we're actually going to reattach all of this, which I hate to do. But actually, if I'm going to do a clean rebuild, it's fine. Throw this back in here. What we will do is get rid of the request. Since apparently we've got multiple trains with this stop. Okay. And we will let those trains do their thing. I can probably get rid of the methane request. What's the ratio? 20 coal to 100 methane. We've got 3 trains coming. So that's 30,000. No, we're actually going to need more methane. So we're going to go do a clean rebuild of this. Because I'm going to have to deal with bonkers amounts of coal. I'm actually wondering if it's worth... Well, one, do we have a new coal processing coming up? We do have raw coal stage 3. Although this gives us... I have no idea if this is worth it or not. But, like, if we need 100 coal a second, I mean, let's look at it. We go through the whole coarse coal. I mean, yeah, it gets us down to under 2 belts a second of coal. Or of raw coal to run this whole darned thing. But, like, do we have all of these inputs? Methanol, yes. Tar, yes. Organic solvent, maybe not in those quantities. Kerosene, I think we make in small amounts. Pardon me. So, like... Oh, and this coal slime overflow we have to do something with. Which I guess becomes refined syngas and goes off to do things in the base as refined syngas. So, like, yes, we can do this. If we co-locate this near raw coal. We end up putting a whole bunch of coal directly into the system, but... Alright, well, Twitch wants to run an ad again. I'm going to let Twitch run its ad break, and I'm going to think about my life choices, if this is kind of what I want to try to push on. The other option is we just ship in the coal, and we do, like, 2 or 3 big stations, and then if we need to scale up coal production, we can do this recipe centrally. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'll see everybody shortly. All right, we are back. I was looking at my existing coal, trying to figure out how much we make. And I think... All right, yeah, I have 4 instead of 3 of the last stage. I think I have 4 of these builds now. So we make like 112 coal. One of these builds makes 56 coal, which is like half of what we need for cyanic. Given that, and given that we just now needed to add the second one of those, I think we're going to do this with like a couple of real big belts into it. I'm going to figure out how I want to split it up, but like we'll do the bulk input stations, and then we can, I guess we do like 4 bulk input stations, and that gets us like 30 a second at each station, and that's fine. And then an input station for fluids, and oh no, we need 2 output stations. If we do stacked belts, 45 a second, so 3 stations, 3 input stations, 2 output stations, and a fluid input. Yeah, that works. 25 doesn't nicely split into 3. Maybe I want 2 more quenching towers, just so I can get it ratioed. So that's going to be 6. Oh my god, why can't I do this math? Oh, because I have prod, that's why. Let me... So it's going to be 20 times 27 times 1.2. 648 is the number. Okay. And I'll just set that up here as a request for 2 more of those. And we'll grab them later. All right. So let's do this since it's a big build and I'm going to need space. We could go south right here. I have some space here that I'm not using. Gonna sneeze, 1 moment. Sorry about that. Or I guess over here too is fine, past where we did nickel silicon. Could even point it north here and try to squeeze it in like over here. Yeah, I mean, let's just keep pushing eastward at the bottom right of the map, and then eventually we'll loop around and hook up to that main northern path. But for now, we can just keep building eastward. Oh, here, I can actually do a lot of this myself. Why can't you path to your destination? Oh. Because you also still had an invalid temporary when I removed that other... What's it called? Will this fit here? Yes. All right, that's fine. I'm not that worried about us needing to drastically increase the size of this mining outpost. And if we do, we'll figure it out later. Sweet. This should be everything we need to be able to make our cyanic at ridiculous overbuilt scale. All right, so we're gonna have 3 high throughput drop-offs. And each of these just wants coal. All the time, all the coal, as much as it conceivably can get. Each of these is gonna spit out... Ooh, I'm low on stack inserters. Oh, right, because I just built 3 high throughput stations. Think, Brandon. Use your brain. And we're gonna feed 9 of these guys cyanic. How am I doing this over here? All right, I've just got them separated with the bus past there. That's fine. That makes sense. I think we'll just do that. Yeah, we got 2 inputs, 2 outputs. We're going to have our input fluid station, which brings in methane, right? Yes, methane and ammonia. And then we're going to have 2 fluid outputs. We'll have to get those routed. Let's pull all these over just a little bit, just so I have some space to route things through here. And each of these pulls in, let's throw in the prod modules. 4 coal a second. All right. So like 2 of these guys. And power. Where does that need to be to connect power? It'll go there. And I'm out of undergrounds again. That is fine. I'm only going to keep one stack of regular pipes and, like, yeah, like that. Now, I do not expect our current coal production to be able to keep up with this. We are going to have to expand coal. Possibly just another one of these builds. Just, like, hooked up to a couple more stations. Possibly something else. Not sure yet. But we're going to have here, if we're kind of careful... And yeah, this is going to be kind of awkward like that. Everything there should hook up. And then... these ones... right there. Okay, so everything is now, like, hooked up to a single bus. Now we just need to get everything hooked up to the actual inputs and outputs. Which is sometimes easier said than done, but I think is going to be fine today. So methane is right here. And ammonia is right next to it. And then we're going to have hydrogen and the cyanic acid out. Those are both going to normal fluid pickup stations. If we call this one the cyanic... And then hydrogen. That should be it. We just have to hook up a bunch of... underground pipes that we're missing. And that means trudging cross-country back to the base, or back to the mall, rather. And then what? I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll pick up the pipes. Did I not drop all the prod modules in these? No, they're all prodded. Why do I have so many extra prod modules? Oh, because I made enough for... I requested 2 prod modules for every building for these builds, but ammonia can't be prodded. Wohler. So I made a bunch of extra prod modules. That's why. All right, we're mostly waiting for pipes. Where are my pipes? There are my pipes. What else is randomly in my inventory that I can get rid of? I think pretty much everything in here is actually stuff that I do want to keep. So we're good. And we are almost certainly going to have to increase our coal production. Like, this is all very much gonna be a thing, but increasing coal production isn't that bad, and I think, you know, effectively this is 3 smaller builds, right? The way I've built it. So as long as the coal production is semi-distributed, we're gonna have, you know, plenty of coal coming from different directions, and the rail system shouldn't have too much of an issue pushing all the coal we need to all the places in, or down to cyanic. I hope. Fingers crossed. All right, everything turns on. And everything's outputs go outputty. Actually, this needs to be... Here, I should have this correct on the previous, on the old cyanic build. Yeah, we've got a void for it. That's what I thought. All right, so that'll void hydrogen if it needs to. But a lot of this hydrogen should loop right back up to Wohler synthesis. Speaking of, I do believe that I have... Yes. Whoops. I want to bring this down here. This station control. What this says is that this system is a high priority for ammonia. So it will always try to pull... How are there 4 trains with this stop when we had a train limit of 1? Do I have more than 1? Oh. Uh-oh. Is that in the blueprint wrong? Multi-fluid drop-off? Yeah, filter train station names. Shoot. All right. Do I feel like fixing that? Not really. I should. I don't want to. I need to go through all of them, like set the train limit to 0 and then replace them. It's just kind of a pain. And it doesn't matter, like Cybersyn handles it correctly. I just wish I had caught it before I had half a dozen of them. Let's do it for this one. That's tar. That can't possibly actually be coming here. This one has ammonia. It could be coming here. This one has methane. It could be coming here. This one also has methane. It could be coming here. All right. So I think there's 2 or 3 trains coming here, and then once they have arrived, I will... I'll give the station a new name, and then Cybersyn should be fine. We need to make sure... Oh, I should double check that, like, our ammonia production that we just made really big. Yeah, let that take lots of trains. And I didn't even double check our methane production because, like, we have bonkers amounts of methane. But this also should have a high train limit. Yeah. So yeah, we've got a couple more trains of coal coming, and these have all had time to buffer quite a bit because this was buffering other things. Do I want to go through and figure out which of these I need to rename? This is waiting on one more train, I think. Oh, it's right here. Excellent. Yeah, and that one's going for soda ash regeneration solution, which is not this, so. Cut all that. Put in a train station. Paste all that. Put our requests back in. Ammonia. And... methane. Make sure our train limit is set sufficiently high. And this is going to try to run. I mean, it's pulling like 600 methane, 500 methane a second, and 500 ammonia a second. So we might end up needing to co-locate Wohler and methane production down here instead of each of them being their own. It would reduce train traffic quite a bit. Neither of those are fluids for here. So once again, station there. There. Reconnect the requests. And we still have 4 of them that have that name. This looks like it's probably diamonds. Yes, that's up at diamonds. Let's go get that one. I think most of them are going to be down here because this is where we've done a lot of our work recently. So that one is also... But that's the single version. Oh, did I do the single version too? All right. Yes, I did. So this one is probably also named... Yes. Do you have trains on the way? Definitely not. I've noticed that sometimes Cybersyn does not take kindly to having replaced the train station with a different name, so I like to replace the Cybersyn combinators on it. All right, diamond wire will do, and then we'll just leave the last one that has that name because it's fine if one station has that name. Disconnect our requests. No trains with the stop. All right. That looks good. And now there should be only one. Cool. That is a thing fixed. Yeah, this burns through methane and ammonia very quickly. I wonder if I want to put bigger tanks on here. Or again, we can co-locate if we decide we need to. We can move the whole Wohler synthesis plant down here, and maybe that's what I should have done in the first place. But only one train coming through there, which surprises me. Yeah, I mean, they get dispatched pretty quickly. But yeah, it seems like these trains cannot keep up here. So I would need either bigger tanks, and that would let Cybersyn dispatch more trains more frequently. Because, like, Cybersyn can only dispatch a couple of trains at a time to a tank that's this size. So if we go bigger tank, we can let Cybersyn push more trains in. Or we need to try to co-locate it. I want to try the first one first. Okay. So I guess what I'm going to do is... What do I want to do? How do I want to do this? Something like that. We'll let this hopefully dispatch more trains more frequently. Because at 140, this should be able to dispatch, I mean, in theory, up to 5 trains each. So I could push the train limit up to 10, and that would let it go full bore. Yeah, methane and Wohler are both set to train limit of 6. So they should be able to handle it. So yeah, Cybersyn is now going to try to push 5 trains for each of these fluids into the system. Which maybe will be enough. It also might help to close the loop on this branch of the track, right? Because they're both up here, and they're going... I mean, down this way. Yeah. It might decide that's the shortest route, even with closing this loop, but... Let's lay some track. It's got to happen eventually anyway, so... We're here. It's like one or two more here. It's hard for me to tell exactly. Think that's it? I hope that's it. That looks right. We'll see if we have enough track to make it all the way up. Not sure if we will. We might have to swing back by the mall. Not a big deal if we do. I'm getting very lucky with the position of these various resource rocks, because we very much could have all right, yeah, I'm out of lamps and I'm out of signals. And am I actually out of track now too? We're actually out of track now too. Okay. Let's head back up then, and we can we'll stock up on track, we'll stock up on lamps, we'll stock up on signals, and we'll get going. I probably don't need to have... What's my track request right now? 1,500. 15 stacks is a lot. Let's go down to like 1,000. Give the bots a second here to catch up on all their deliveries to me, and then we can head back south. We can take a look at this, though. Are we keeping up better with... it does look like it. Yeah, okay. So just getting Cybersyn to get the deliveries running a little more frequently seems like it has done the trick for getting this to run. We are going to be running out of coal. That is not a surprise to anyone. Because we know we don't have enough coal. We knew that going into this build, that we need 1 or 2 more copies of our current coal to support this whole thing. Which is just a hilarious amount of coal. But, like, this is such an easy build to copy. This is all fairly low tech for me at this point, right? So... do we have everything we need? We're waiting for a few more rails, which normally I wouldn't wait for, but since we're actually trying to lay rail, I kind of want my my full request. Do I get better recharging stations ever? No. All right. I wasn't sure if, like, drone charging speed was a thing the building controls. Energy capacity, max consumption, moving consumption, minimum operational time, maximum flying reach. Doesn't really tell me the charging speed, does it? Things that I should know how it works in this game, but I don't actually know. There we go. I'm really looking forward to the next time I look at my energy report and realize that I'm suddenly using a gigawatt on lamps. It's going to be very funny. All right, it's going to take a while. I'm not going to pave all this right now. We should do a pass on paving it all. I just want to make sure it's all connected. Oh, it looks like I ran out of signals again too, though. When did we run out of signals in this side? Oh, hey, trains are already going that way. That's a good sign. Yeah, okay, so we need another, like, 50 train signals. That's fine. I know this is not the most exciting thing, but it's just stuff that needs to get done, right? For the sake of the base being functional. All right. I mean, science has been running fairly consistently. That's a good sign. I really should, just put the asphalt into my blueprint. I've already put the lights in. I can redo them with the asphalt too. It would not be a big deal. But I think before I do that, I want to have asphalt in my Logi requests set up properly, so I'm not collecting it by hand whenever I run out. Because that's a big thing right now. Oh, awesome. That whole path is cleared. Did I not do this? Weird. All right, and we're out of asphalt again. Whoop. Okay. All right, well, that apparently just doesn't work from the map view. Oh, I don't have radar coverage here, do I? That's probably why it doesn't work. It can't actually see the trees to run the deconstruction planner. Let's get radar coverage fixed. We can do that, and then we have to go get more asphalt, and we have to go get more train signals. And once we have done those things, we should have... Cool. That's looking good. How are we doing down here? Yeah, I mean, we're running out of coal constantly. That's not a surprise. I guess I should shut down the old cyan. Oh, I did, didn't I? Okay. Let's go tear up the old cyanic then. We don't need it anymore. What's going on? Oh, I'm hitting the lamp there. Okay. I was like, why was I floating there? Hydrogen is needed down here, but ammonia's not. All right. I hate to throw away a whole tank of ammonia, but I don't have anything else to do with it, so I don't want to try to ship it out of here. This hydrogen is all gone, and this is all gone. Cool. And this can get relocated down here. And I'll grab a bunch more asphalt, which hopefully we can Yeah, may as well grab double. Whatever. Let's go finish paving that side of the world that we just hooked up. Minor things, but... Not that I really need lab research speed, but whatever. I'm gonna mark everything. And my deconstruction planner should work now? Question mark. Now that everything is actually on the radar, I hope. Oh, I do still need more train signals. Because too much of all of this is one big block, and that's going to cause issues. But yeah, we move so much faster when we have all the wood out of the way, everything paved. I should have done this a while ago. I always say that when I finally take the time to pave. It always feels really tedious and boring when I'm doing it, and then I'm always so happy when it's done. All right. I think... Well, we need more coal. That's a thing that really needs to get done. Like, there's only so much we can do to get these loading faster. So I think we need at least one more of these coal builds. Which, like, is usually not too hard to find. Yeah, there's some raw coal, although can I get stations over here? Maybe. This is raw coal. Okay. We can get a couple stations here. We could probably even do 2 of these builds right in here with, like, lots of output. So maybe that's what we need to do next, is more coal to feed cyanic acid. I'm going to put that at the top of the to-do list. And then after that, we've got the rubber and latex rebuilds to do. Mech Parts 2 up to Mark II buildings and prod. Iron processing probably needs to happen sooner. I still need to decide if I want to migrate to fuel oil or not. I think I do. I think I'm just trying to convince myself at this point that, like, dealing with the other burnable fuels as byproducts is going to be manageable, and I think it is. I think we'll figure out ways to deal with it. Worst case, we have to burn them and we get flue gas out of that, and that's fine. And then, yeah, iron processing I still haven't even gone through in YAFC, so we'll have to go through that together next time. Cool. Good progress. I mean, this is, I guess, just what chem science is, right? Because we unlock so many of these upgrades right at the start of chem. You know, new ways to do various things. So as we kind of push through the tech, though, we haven't done any of the AL stuff, and that's probably gonna come and bite me in the behind real soon because AL is slow to bootstrap. Like everything else that we need for 3, I'm looking at these techs, and so many of these are alien life things. Ooh, we get a new phytoplankton. Oh, phytoplankton from flue gas. Jeez, okay. Well, that's just... Maybe that's where all my other burnable fuels go if I switch my main fuel sources over to fuel oil. All right, well, I'm going to call it here. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much to all my subscribers. I feel like it's been a good week for subscribers, and I really, really, really appreciate that. Yeah. If you find this on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And we'll be back next Tuesday with more pie. And not tomorrow, because I did pie 3 days in a row, and I'm going to start to burn out if I keep doing pie. So I'll be doing something else tomorrow. But, yeah, that's it. Toodaloo.